Welcome to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you need Spanish translation services, we have Lupita here to assist.
Para ustedes. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. I'm Lupita Jaime, and the announcement I just made in Spanish is that I'm here available if anyone needs interpretation services in Spanish.
Thank you, Lupita. On behalf of the board, we'd like to share a reminder regarding the process for public comments during board meetings. For each agendized action, discussion, or information-only item, the board will hear from staff, provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold a board discussion and a vote if necessary. Public comment on non-agendized items will be heard during item 6, and public comment on closed session items will be heard during item 9. Before adjourning into closed session, public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are on the board's agenda or otherwise within the board's jurisdiction. This does not include election matters, which are outside the board's jurisdiction. To help us organize public comment using this system, if you wish to provide a public comment, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the meeting room and provide it to Michelle in the back corner to my left. Speaker cards for public comment will be accepted prior to the calling for a public comment portion of the agenda item. I call this meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. I would now like to establish a quorum by roll call vote.
Board President Jason Reminzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll second.
Board President Jason Reminzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. I'd like to ask Sharon to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry, you're just closest. Item 2, reports. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from either our student representative, our ACT president, and our CSEA president. We'll start with our student representative report with Colin Pritchard.
Hello. So Tular Cedos just had their Halloween, or they're going to be having their Halloween parade for TK and kindergarten. This is going to be from 8:45 to 9:45 on Halloween day. For 1st through 5th, it is from 1:30 to 2:30. Now, Captain Cooper, the 4th and 5th graders just went to the Emil Norman house. Emil's nephew was there and shared about his art techniques, and in fact, played the organ for the students. Students were able to have the opportunity to choose a nature tile and poem that they connected with to sketch their own. This will be the inspiration for an upcoming Art Council grant project, which is very interesting. Now, Carmel River has been able to have many field trips for their students. In fact, today, the 4th graders had the opportunity to go to the San Juan Mission. Last week was the farmers market, and it had great support and was an amazing success. Now, this Friday is the Fall Festival from 2 to 5. Both the Food for Thought Farmers and Monterey Bay Union Football Club will be visiting the school and speaking at assemblies. Now, Carmel Middle, they just finished their Cash for Cougars fundraising celebration with an ice cream party and school raffle. They were able to raise more than $50,000 this year. The PTO sponsored ice cream for every student, and they also set up a prize raffle for them as well. Now, to start the second quarter, the leadership class highlighted Red Ribbon Week, which is a national drug prevention education program sponsored by the National Family Partnership. And next Friday, CMS will be hosting the annual Halloween dance. Now, this event is from 7 to 8:30 in the main quad, and in past years, this has been the most well-attended CMS dance. Corona Valley High, the California Conservation Corps just gave a presentation and inspired students. The presentation sparked an interest in what the program had to offer students who are currently unsure of what their career choices are. Now, volunteer work is a big part of the Carmel Valley High, their curriculum next month. They have a volunteer day at the Monterey County Food Bank, as well as a visit to the SPCA. Now, finally, Carmel High School. In November, Rabbi Bruce Greenbaum will be giving presentations to students regarding racism, and Dr. Casey Grover will be giving an evening presentation on drug prevention education on November 19th. Now, all of the events that took place during homecoming week went well. The rally, parade, football game, and dance have all been very successful in bringing school spirit and giving back to students and giving them more time to connect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have a report from CSEA President Lisa Brazil.
Good evening, everybody. I really don't have much to report. I'm really happy to say at our meeting last night, we had an active discussion about negotiations, about changes to insurance, but mostly everybody's just to the work of educating students and working with students, and really happy to be able to focus on that. We are in the middle of negotiations. We have a negotiations date tomorrow, one next week. I don't know, it seems like one a week for the foreseeable future. But I do want to thank the district for really prioritizing the negotiations around insurance. We were able to get that taken care of before open enrollment, and I believe the district's starting the presentations this week, right? So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lisa. We do not have a report from ACT President this month, so we will move on to item 3. Agenda item 3, Superintendent Report. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences and meetings attended, and recent developments from our Superintendent, Sharon Ofek.
Thank you. Just like Lisa Brazil, it's been quite busy, and we're attending to the routine and ongoing business of the district. So this time is always a busy time of year. Fall is this year's no exception. Fall always comes with a bunch of activities at school sites and campuses, and as you heard, we start engaging in negotiations and working on big projects to tackle now once the school year gets settled. So in addition to those routine goings on, as you heard, we're engaging in negotiations with our unions pretty routinely, trying to tackle a bunch of different items that were sunshined back in the spring. Those items are sunshined for a multi-year contract, so we have more than typical this year, which is fine. We are ready to tackle all of them and have conversations and get to work on those. We're also participating in an organizational efficiencies audit and preparing for a strategic planning and visioning process and events. And so in addition to all of that, I just want to say it was a fun time on Friday night at the football game, the homecoming game, which we won. And our fall sports are semi-wrapping up, but a lot of them are having their senior games where the seniors are acknowledged, and that's always fun too, and a big highlight for our high school that has a lot of students who participate in multiple sports, a lot of student athletes. So it's big time events for our campuses and requires a lot of attention. So they're always fun, but that's about it. Keep it simple this week.
All right, thank you, Sharon. Agenda item 4 is our consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them in one single motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial, for which board discussion is not anticipated, and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the board request specific items to be removed for discussion. The board did not receive any request for public comments on this. May I receive a motion to approve the consent calendar, item 4?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
I can second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes. Thank you. Agenda item 5A, Spring 2024 California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. I believe that's pronounced CASP. Results presentation with Superintendent Sharon Ofek and Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Coordinator Andrew Rodriguez.
All right, thank you so much. I'm actually going to introduce Dr. Mary Petty, who is our Deputy Superintendent overseeing Educational Services, who is going to speak a little bit about this presentation and introduce Andrew and take us from here. So thanks for coming and presenting.
Thank you, Carmel Unified Board Trustees, for being here. And thank you, Sharon Ofek, our superintendent. I'm excited to introduce to you Mr. Andrew Rodriguez. He's our Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Coordinator. He's worked really hard on bringing this presentation to life for you this evening. So without further ado, Mr. Rodriguez.
And while he walks up here, I just want to say this data was published and made available to the public 8 work days ago. So, and we posted last Friday. So I would like to echo that sentiment around his efforts to bring this data to us in as close to real time as possible.
Yeah, this is exciting, actually. So I was, really hot off the press. And so we'll go ahead and get right into it. So good evening. Today I'll be presenting on the newly released 2024 CASP results. And there we go. So just providing a little bit of context about CASP for those of you who may not know. So CASP is a statewide test that's given once every year starting in 3rd grade up through 8th grade. After that, it's given one more time at 11th grade, and this is in the areas of ELA as well as math. There's a secondary test called the CAST, so the California Science Test, and that one is given during 5th grade, 8th grade, and then high school, typically 11th grade. Looking at this diagram right over here, this gives us a little bit of context about how our district views assessment data. And so there's 3 different layers that we wanted to go over. So the first one is our classroom data. So even though we are talking about the CASP data, that's going to be our bird's eye view. And this is given once a year, and it's a small snapshot of how students did that particular day at that particular time. Throughout the year, things might go up and down, and so we use our district level screeners and diagnostics, which are given 3 times a year, in order to progress monitor and identify students who may be excelling and then offer enrichment, or maybe are struggling a little bit and are behind where they need to be, and then offering them intervention. And then we have our 3rd layer, which is our classroom data. And so this includes things like unit assessments, formative assessments, classwork, exit tickets, and the like. And so that gives us our real-time data on how well students are doing on this particular lesson on this particular day. And that's where teachers are able to adjust within their classroom, or maybe as a group, to identify in between the diagnostics how well or what types of interventions need to happen in the in-between. And I think that when looking at all these pieces, you can't really look at them in isolation. Each of them serves a purpose. And so, for example, with the CASP data now offers both quantile and Lexile measures, so reading and math scores. But we cross-reference those scores with our district assessment. And so the district assessment will also give us quantile and Lexile scores. And by using those, we can get a more accurate measure of how well students are doing at any given time. And so we do keep track of that, and those are continued discussions with teachers and in different groups on how to use those types of assessments. Now, additional context, looking at the dates. So what we know is that in 2017, which is not on here, 2017 was the first year that the California Dashboard, which is our kind of the accountability report, was produced. And so we had 3 years of data. And then after those 3 years, and this is where we start off with 2020, for obvious reasons, testing was waived. Now, because of that, we ended up with potential gap years. So we had the 2020 school year, which was testing waived, no testing occurred. The following year was optional testing. And so if you look at the data from those years, you'll notice that there was large testing gaps with the amount of students and the percentage of students who were testing. And so that wasn't used for accountability purposes. Starting in 2022, testing resumed. But because of that, though, it also left a multi-year gap of student assessment. And so that's why on the dashboard, you'll notice that they didn't use colors that year. And they used kind of like it's a cell signal. It was all purple that year. And so now we're back into full color. Starting in 2023 was also a unique year in the sense that there was an update to the structural, the actual structure of the CASP test for English and math. And so that structural update, which is the update to the blueprint, adjusted the type of test that students see in front of them. And so that's why I think that the 2 years that are the best measures tend to be the 2023 assessment as well as this year 2024. Even with that, though, it is hard to really identify trend lines, and so we're still working on that on the back end. It's a lot easier for us to look at things like our iReady data, looking at things like our NWA map at the high school, looking at any of our reader assessments as well, and all of those give us a little bit more information in the meantime as this testing catches up. One more thing to note is that our high school students, so let's say if in 2024, if they were taking the test, so this is our junior level students, that means that 10th grade 2023, 2022 9th, 8th, 7th, so they hadn't taken a test at the this type of test since 6th grade. And so just understanding a little bit of the context, because part of the testing is also being able to understand how to utilize the tools and really the structure of the test. And so you'll notice that with the elementary school, and because they've had multiple years in the last 3 years of testing versus our juniors, the testing might look a little bit different. But it's not to say that we don't test, it's just that the actual tests are a little bit different. One other thing to note is that there is a direct correlation between the types of tests that our students see. So let's say, for example, the iReady data and the iReady test that they take in elementary school and middle school, and then the CAS test. And so there's a pretty strong correlation within about like 1 or 2% for most grade levels. Now, additionally, with the CAS timelines, so looking at when our students tested, our students started testing in April and then in elementary school in May, and continue to test up through the end of the school year, and we try to capture as many students as possible. This is important to note just because what the state has set up is what's called the 95% threshold. And so if we do not meet a 95% threshold at any given site, the school receives a penalty for each student beyond that below that 95%. And so that also complicates the way that we calculate scores, because looking at the way that CASP is set up, like even if you're, if you're below by maybe 3 or 4 students, each of those incurs a penalty. And so that goes against the score. And so you have to look at, there's additional metrics that we're working on internally to help calculate kind of an apples to apples comparison, but it is something to note before we get into the data. From there, we have our June and July, and during those months, letters were sent home to families and scores were released through ARIES. And so various groups, including teachers and other staff members, as well as all parents and students, had access through ARIES to all their scores on an individual basis. Even with that, though, there were some adjustments that were happening on the kind of grander scheme of things, and so that was the finalization of the scores, which includes like the penalties that were incurred within if a school was unable to reach the 95% threshold. And so that happened with those calculations up through September, and then there was an initial internal release right at the end of the month, which was a very quick turnaround, and then we had a chance to look at the scores and ensure that the scores were accurate and the numbers were correct. And then from there, on October 10th, the preliminary scores were released to us, and then the following day released to the public. When we're looking at achievement levels, the 2 main levels that we'll be looking at today are the standard met and standard exceeded. So a score of 3 or 4 means that a student is essentially at or above grade level. And there's additional metrics that you can look at there. So for example, 3 at the high school level means that they are essentially ready for college. And so that would be a year early. And so just understand that even when we're looking at standard met, that particular one means different things at different levels. Now here's a quick comparison. And so looking at our comparison for state and county, what you'll notice is that our students, our district is currently scoring at 72.18% of students who are meeting or exceeding standard in the discipline of ELA. In comparison, we have our state scores, which is 47, and then our county scores there as well. And so the ones that we're looking at particularly are the blue and the green. Additionally, delving in a little bit deeper, we can see right here, this is a grade level breakdown from this past administration. And so looking at 3rd grade through 11th grade, again, you'll notice those gaps in high school because it's only given once. But you'll notice that we're looking at the blue as well as kind of that teal green color, because what that'll tell us is kind of how many of our students are proficient. And you'll notice that overall, though, year over year, the students tend to maintain their English language skills, and the test does get progressively more difficult. And so the types of writing and Lexile scores needed to be successful in the test change pretty dramatically, especially that jump from 8th grade to 11th. Right here is essentially our data a little bit deeper at looking at our cohorts. And so you'll notice that for the most part, a lot of these pieces are maintained. And so we've been maintaining consistently high scores. There are two particular subgroups that we would like to look into a little bit deeper, including our English language learners and our students with disabilities. And so although, let's say, for example, students with disabilities shows a consistent trend line, we also notice that that trend line is below, quite a bit below the way that students who are not students with disabilities are scoring. And so overall, if we're looking at our year over year, so this is our 2022, 23, and 24 data. And so what we find is that essentially our students are overall maintaining consistently high scores, both in the, especially in comparison to county and state. And we'll break this down a little bit later. We also have the majority of our students scoring at or above standard, and we're overall outperforming schools inside of our county and our state. Moving into math, you'll notice kind of these similar trends. And so if you look here, we have 64.8% of our students meeting or exceeding standard. And so again, we're looking at the blue and green. And then here's once again our breakdown by grade level. You will notice the trend line as students increase, the rigor increases as well, and so scores tend to fall as students get deeper into their math journey. That's pretty typical, though. If you take a look at both the state and, I mean, really just the state data and national data as well. There's a few additional complications, including learning loss. If you take a look at the 11th grade students, for example, the 2 years that they were in school were their 7th and 8th grade year. Those are those gap years with testing. And although I don't want to make a full correlation between that, I think that we can make some educated guesses about kind of those foundational skills that may be missing. So as we continue looking at the data, we can use additional screeners to kind of fill in some of those gaps for us beyond the CASP. And then right over here, we see the same thing with the kind of overall consistent trend lines. And once again, with our students with disabilities and our English language learners scoring a bit below, or quite a bit below, our students who are not in those subgroups. And then over here, we have our year-over-year comparison. And overall, our students have maintained consistently high scores. And especially in consideration of kind of the learning challenges that they've had, I think that it's actually, I mean, I won't speak too much about it, but I think it's actually really interesting, especially in comparison to some of the people I talked to last week at the California Assessment Conference. And then we have the majority of our students are scoring at or above standard, and we are outperforming both county and state levels. The final one is a unique test. And remember that this test is only given 3 times. So we have 5th grade, 8th grade, 11th grade. And so this is also a newer test. And this will be the first year on the California dashboard that it is used as a, as a metric in order to measure academic proficiency for students. And so as we continue to gather data, it'll get really interesting. But for right now, though, we have 52%, which is the majority of our students meeting or exceeding standard in science. And then we have our grade level breakdown, so 5th, 8th, and 11th. You'll notice that there is a dip in 11th, and that makes quite a bit of sense just because we understand that the science test specifically is a comprehensive test. And so it includes, not just biology, but also chemistry, physics, earth science. And a student may not have taken that class for quite a few years, but they're expected to know that material in 11th grade. In comparison, the 5th grade and 8th grade tests are a little bit different, although they are comprehensive as well. The science that the students are receiving in those levels is more integrated. And so looking at the science year over year, so what we'll see is that there is a slight decline from the 2023 to the 2024. But overall, our students are doing well and have maintained pretty high scores and are outperforming both the county and state. Now, I wanted to bring up this one too, which is our benchmark districts. And so it is one thing to talk about county and state, but I think that this gives us more of an apples to apples comparison. And so at the top, you'll see Carmel Unified School District. And so let's take ELA, for example. We're looking at the percentage of change. And so we are on par with places like Pacific Grove. We're outperforming other places like Beverly Hills and Santa Clara. However, we also have, because this is a benchmark, we also have other places maybe that we want to strive for. And so because of that, we understand that there is room for growth. And so this is something that we'll continue to monitor and look at kind of what are the movers within this. But the margins, as you get higher, are a lot thinner as well. And so it's something to keep in mind. The same thing with math. And so you'll notice that the math scores are kind of like the higher mid of these in comparison to some of the like districts. However, one thing to note there is the 2.17% increase. And so that's something that we would want to continue to monitor and see what kind of moves were there. And so we'll continue to take a look at that and delve a little bit deeper with our new data system, Schoolitics. And then the final one that we have is our science test. And so with the science test, you'll notice that these scores are kind of all over the place within the state. And I think that's because people are still trying to establish how to tackle that. Student schedules and the types of offerings that students have and when they've had it also make a difference. I think the final thing to note, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier, is that when we're making these comparisons, the more students that are participating, the better data that we get. And so if we encourage students to continue taking these tests and encourage parents to sign students up for these, it allows us to have a more holistic view. And but on the back end, though, we'll continue to try to kind of make these comparisons and make them as accurate as possible given the circumstances. Looking at our future assessment updates, we have a few different things coming up. We have the testing data by site, which we're still trying to kind of disaggregate. And so we'll continue to pull that and then share it with principals to share with staff. And then we also have the 5x5 subgroup tool, which is going to be really helpful because what that does is it allows us to pinpoint and target specific subgroups and identify how those subgroups are doing so we can, instead of saying like everyone needs this one thing, identifying the groups that have particular needs and then giving them what they need. So with that, that'll conclude this presentation, and then I'd love to take some questions.
Thank you, Andrew. The board did not receive any requests for public comments on item 5A, so we will start with board discussion with Carl working our way back, and then Cullen will go last.
Yeah, very good presentation. I've been part of the testing world here for a long time. Why is math typically always the lowest performing data point in almost all testing?
I don't know if I have a official answer on that, and so but I can take a guess. And so as math increases, the rigor increases, and so when you start adding in additional elements, so things like letters, for example, it tends to be a little bit confusing. And so I think that we have we do have systems in place though to assist students as they start falling behind, and with that said, though, the rigor definitely increases starting at the high school level, and so it's quite a bit accelerated. The other thing, though, which is kind of unique with testing, is that at the junior level, some students might actually be very advanced, and so some of the questions that they start seeing can be a little bit confusing because they're like, wow, I haven't done that math in a very long time. And I'm not saying that that's a particular move. We would have to look into it in a little bit more detail. But overall, though, math is one of those things, unlike reading, where reading is comprehensive, it happens in all classes, versus starting in middle school, math only happens in one class. And because of that, students just don't have as many reps and as much practice.
And I'm going to add in, as a former math teacher, that there is a developmental component to mathematics where you move from very concrete to quite abstract. And kids develop at different rates. And so depending on that developmental rate and the grade level they're in and being assessed for, they may be on par, and they may have a growth spurt later on in another year or so. It happens sometimes. And you can see that for sure. Having taught middle school math, I will tell you, middle schoolers are all over the place, and on one day they'll be completely lost, and 2 days later they've something's clicked and they get it and it goes, and it's amazing. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add to it is the great majority of graduates are language art type graduates, not math, science, and tech. So there's a factor to be had there too, in terms of the fact that even those students have to take a certain level of advanced math to move on to college. And so that's a contributing factor to, I think, not just this district, but just my view of math scores and, in particular. Anne Marie might want to say something. She taught math for quite a while.
Yeah, I was going to mention that you're going from something that's very tactile, where you can count, the number of whatevers, to something that is very, very abstract. So same thing along the lines of what Sharon just had mentioned. So most of this data is available on the California dashboard. So if we want to go back and take a look at this data.
So it won't be available to the California dashboard, which will be released on December 1st.
Yeah.
Possibly a little bit sooner. But but it is available on, I believe it's, I always get the systems confused. I believe it's on DataQuest, but I might be wrong there.
DataQuest it's available. If you want to, you can just Google CASP scores 2024.
I
but yeah, it's available.
Dashboard. So
The new dashboard won't be released for another 6 weeks or so. And just to provide clarification for folks, this is CASP data for spring 2024, the most recent assessment that was administered to the students. The California dashboard is a California State Accountability Program, which takes 2 years of data and compares it and provides feedback to school districts, but also individual schools on their growth and or decline or status quo by color coding it. So it's a whole different thing. We'll come back probably in January with a presentation about that. It's different. So it's and the 5x5 grids and all of that. And so, and also then from there, just in terms of the whole accountability system in the state, so this feeds into the California dashboard, which is a comparison model. And then from there, you are required to update your LCAP annually based on the color coding on the dashboard. So it is all connected, but the California dashboard doesn't get released until several weeks after they release the CASP test data.
Okay. You had said that we incurred, that you could incur penalties if you didn't have that 95% threshold. Did we incur penalties? And if so, what are those penalties?
So I'm still calculating that.
Okay.
The answer is yes. And so on sites we did not receive the 95% threshold, and some of them were within a few students, at least in my preliminary calculations. I'm gonna have to delve in a little bit deeper to, because that was one question that I wanted to know, because I had some internal numbers that I was working with, and they didn't match the state numbers. And so what I didn't calculate into that was the incurred penalties. And so because of that, when I added in the penalty number, it rectified those numbers and they were accurate.
Right.
And so it gave me some hope that I'm on the right track. And so I'll be able to kind of, create appropriate spreadsheets and things like that in the future. But at the same time, though, the point calculations, it has a lot of different factors. I think it's like a 6-step process in order to understand exactly how. But it's a pretty significant number. And the higher achieving that you are, the harsher the penalty is. And so if you're a low-performing school and you're incurring penalties, it won't be as dramatic, at least from what I've calculated, in comparison to higher performing districts, because those penalties get put into the average, and then you have to calculate it out. And so even having like 1 or 2 students that are under that 95%, it's pretty significant.
So this is then related to attendance. So, no? So if you're not in attendance and you're not taking the test, so what do you penalize then for? Where does the 95% come in?
So it could happen if a student is opted out of testing, for example.
Okay.
And so even though they're opted out in our system, it still goes against our percentage. And so according to the state, in order to make sure that everything's fair across the board, they require 95% of the students in any given school to take the test. And then anything below that, in order to make sure people aren't trying to game the system, they incur penalties. And so as we continue to opt people out, it continues to build.
And I was going to add in addition to that, this is why we work so hard as a school system to have kids make up the assessment. Even if they were absent, we track down kids. But it is not easy to do makeup testing and makeup assessments because it's a very busy time of year as well. And as was just shared, parents do opt their kids out.
So like they opt them out just because they object to standardized testing or
it could be a number of different reasons. And so I don't want to kind of assume any particulars, but I will say though that our district and specifically school sites do a very good job of if a student takes a test and then is absent, trying to track them down and ensure that they complete the test. Because non-completers also, if they unable to complete those portions of the test, it goes against the 95%.
Okay. I had a couple of questions about the groups that we were going to be looking at, specifically, concentrating on our, our English language learners and our students with disabilities. Just taking a look at percentage-wise, it's easier to try and get somebody who's in the 60th percentile, push them up a little bit than it is to try to get somebody who's in the 98th percentile and shove them up 1 more percent. That really stresses out high achievers. And I was just wondering, are we going to be looking at putting systems in place or something to be able to help these students out, which will boost our scores?
I think we have a lot of those systems already, and so if you take a look at, and not saying that our systems can't improve, but I think that if you take a look at our intervention systems in the elementary and middle school, for example, they're pretty robust and they're well staffed, and there's a lot of personnel with appropriate curriculum that they're using to address that. With that said, though, obviously we're not seeing as much movement, and so maybe there's other factors that we can look into.
I'll chime in here as well and say that, this is no judgment against our teachers or our administrators, but our district has not had a data-informed lens for a while. And I've said this a number of times in a number of meetings in my, 2 and almost a half years here. It's one of the very first things that was very apparent when I came. And we did have a data analytics tool available to us that nobody was using. And I delved into that, and as in multiple presentations throughout the last year, we've talked about or over the last 2 years, how we ended that contract and looked for a new product that was going to be more user-friendly that people would use, and we landed on Schoolitics, which is coming on board. So that is a tool that will, we hope, and it's really cool, be used much more routinely and regularly because it's so user-friendly and so easy. So for example, we're in the midst of getting all the data imported and brought in and verified and making sure the systems talk to each other and all that kind of stuff when you onboard any new software program. But we are currently, some of us have access to it, and we're working on scheduling training for our principals now, which is really exciting because that means it's, that much closer to being realized. But this graph, for example, in Schoolitics, I can click on this yellow box here, and it will pop open a window for me with every kid in my school, or for me in the district, who in this grade who scored in this color-coded area, which is nearly met. So that's a little bit of what you were trying to say, which is some movement is great across the board, and for some students, a minimal amount of movement pops them right into the next level, and for others it's significantly more. So with that resource available as we move forward, we just are going to be hopefully seeing some more attention to looking at that data and being able to take some action. But I want to also remind everyone, this is the CASP test. It's one time a year. Right. It's a snapshot in time. If I got dropped off by my mom at school that morning and I got into an argument with her, I might not do as well if I hadn't. It is a moment in time, which is why we took the time tonight to share what a good comprehensive assessment system in a school district should entail. And really, really critically important to emphasize is that Carmel Unified has that. A lot of districts don't have that district level assessment benchmarks that we do throughout the year to provide, a view of whether or not students are making progress. So I just want to put it all into perspective. This is not to be ignored. No one's saying to do that, but it is, and it is information, but it is not good to look at it in isolation and use it as the only tool to assess how our students are doing.
Right. Jumping to the end, how are we doing in comparison, like, to our wealth band? I know that you have got our benchmark group, but I know that, a certain wealth band, a certain level of, wealth in the community is going to just habitually, normally give you a higher scores just because you tend to have more educated parents and stuff. Is that what these benchmarks were based on? Was our wealth band, or was it just, how are these benchmarks schools picked? And do we have a comparison against a wealth band also to see how we're doing against that?
I'm going to take that one.
Please.
So, and I'll answer it the best that I can, because this group existed prior to my arrival here. But when I asked a relatively similar question, it was shared with me that these are school districts that all have certain things in common. One, we're all basic aid districts. Okay. We're all unified districts. I believe there was an intention to have districts across the whole state, not just in one region, right? So you'll see Northern California, Southern California, Central California, right? The district sizes are different. Some are smaller than us, some are bigger than us. But ultimately, when you're looking at a benchmarking group, you want to look at it from a lens of those commonalities around, we don't want to look at just a high school district or just an elementary. That's not who we are. We have to address all the grade bands. And so we want to look at districts who also are in that same boat and have to use their resources in that way. So, that is how this group was determined as far as I understand it, and the way, frankly, I think it's a pretty good group to be. Mm-hmm. There's a whole bunch of information about each of those districts available, so they're good.
Okay, and we don't have a specific wealth band group that we're comparator against. I mean, some of these are fairly.
There's no way to look at that. You can look. The only way to assess student outcomes based on family income, is when you look at the student group. I call them student groups, just to clarify for everyone. I call them student groups, not subgroups, because I think using the word subgroup implies inferiority, and I don't view any of these groups to be inferior to any of the others. So I use student groups just because I want people to understand my language. But the only way to look at that is with students with socioeconomically disadvantaged students, which has a state definition.
Okay.
And you can only assess family income based on that data that is submitted to the CDE. So there's no other way to look at it other than from that perspective and that lens.
Great, thank you. And Andrew, thank you very much. Very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for a great presentation. first and foremost. I have a couple of questions. So, and I asked this question right after the agenda for this meeting was released with the presentation attached. I had asked, what is a vision for success in the meets or exceeds column? So the blue and the teal, where do we want to see those numbers? And I just wanted to ask this question publicly because I found the answer to be really interesting and really informative when you're looking at these bar graphs. So it's my understanding, and Sharon, feel free to pile on here, but I think it's important for the community to understand that when we're looking at the standards exceeded and standards met, we roughly want those two bands to be around 75%, and that is sort of like a benchmark for where we want to be. So I think that's a question probably a lot of people have out there when you're looking at these bar graphs. So I just wanted to make sure that it was clear to everybody.
Well, that was a great conversation, and I do believe, I think we can all get to 70. I think 3/4 of our kids absolutely can and should be able to do that, and I'll factor in there. We are a well-resourced school district. We have a really diverse cross-section of students in our district. In more ways than one. It's racially and ethnically diverse. It's socioeconomically diverse. It's very diverse in terms of learning styles and who our students are. We have a lot of students who are English learners, but we also have a lot of students who are speak a second language that are not that are initially English, right? They're called IFEP, so initially English fluent families, students who speak a different language at home. So we have a lot of diversity in our schools and in our community, and I think we should expect, at face value, 3/4 of our students right off the bat to be able to do this now, meeting and exceeding. The goal, obviously, is 100%. And the closer we can get to that, the happier all of us will be. And how amazing, I can't wait to celebrate that day. However, we also have to understand kids come in different ways, and they present themselves in different ways. And they, like I said earlier about the math specifically, but it is about assessment and school in general. We all develop at different rates, and sometimes we're on par with our peers in our grade level, and sometimes we're not. Some of us are advanced, some of us are a little behind, some of us are late bloomers, whatever phrasing we have heard across our whole lives. But I will say, we are an incredibly well-resourced district, and if we can't make improvements to what we offer with the resources we have available to us, then how are our neighbors supposed to be able to do that? We are so fortunate that we are able to do that. And so, I think a great place to have a minimum expectation is we should be able to be at 75% or higher every year over year. I think it's a great goal to get to. And once we get there, let's go higher. I'm all in. I'm ready.
Thank you for that explanation. I also want to thank you for pointing out the testing frequency. I thought that slide was really important. I think as we all look at this data, I think that gets missed sometimes, right? We jump to conclusions, and like you're saying, we jump to making assumptions about the data without really looking at the correlations between when the testing is happening and what the space between those tests are. So thank you for outlining that. And then my last question is, so this seems to be sort of the season where all of these benchmark tests are coming out, and there's a lot of data out there. And I know that, a decade ago or so, U.S. News and World Report used to be sort of the report that everybody relied on in terms of rankings and statistical information about school districts across the country. And I was just wondering if you could speak to the latest News and World Report that just came out, and also the Niche report that just came out, and sort of how it either compares or contrasts to what you presented today.
All right, I have that information because we've been looking at it. And these, rankings, some people love rankings, some people hate rankings, some people are uninfluenced by them. But rankings are important. They help provide motivation for some people who want to do better, or incentive. I think there's a lot of interesting information that can be gleaned out of rankings. And U.S. News and World Report, absolutely, about a decade ago, prior to about a decade ago, was like absolutely the most desired. There, with mental health and wellness becoming a priority, there were a lot of communities who steered away from that because of the formula they used to determine those rankings, which a lot of people felt was contributing to the mental health concerns for adolescents. That being said, they're still around. They still do rankings. And Carmel High School, for last year, or for this past, I got the information back in the spring in 2020, but for 2024, Carmel High School is, of the 17,655 public high schools nationwide that they ranked, Carmel High School was number 416. That's not bad nationwide, I would say. In the top 500 out of all those 17,000 plus. And then within the state of California, they ranked 1,652 high schools, and we are number 58. And then in the Salinas area, that's how they phrase it, Salinas area, we are number 1. With niche rankings, which is a newer ranking system that is a little bit more holistic, a little less emphasis on like AP tests and SAT scores and these high stakes tests that happen once a year kind of thing. They have a little less emphasis on it, but every ranking system looks at all that stuff. But this one is a little bit more holistic and is really considered by people I know in education to be a really kind of leader if you want to look at rankings. They just 2 or 3 weeks ago, I can't remember, released their 2025 best school districts in California list, and like a top 25, and of all the school districts in California on their list, we are ranked, I believe, the number 10 school district in the state of California. And we are the top district in Monterey County, and we are 53rd in the nation. They also do an additional set of rankings, which is really cool, which is around like great districts for teachers to work in, great districts for any number of different things. And in a lot of those additional rankings that they do, we're like really high, like number 1 in a lot of those categories in our area. So we have a lot to be proud of. In addition, I will say, Carmel River School specifically is one of 2 schools in the entire Monterey County that was identified by Educational Results Partnership, which is another ranking organization that looks at outcomes and student achievement specifically. Like, they recognize schools for academic and student success. Carmel River School was one of only 2 schools in the entire county that made it on their list last year. So I think that's huge. And again, like I said, they're a more narrow scope. The eligibility for that requires schools to perform higher than average on CASP scores for ELA and math. The science, just so everybody realizes, we reported on the science, and that's included in the dashboard this year for the first time ever, and it will become more a part of what school districts look at, and will become more common, I think, commonly discussed. But right now, a lot of these things are still based on language arts and language arts and math.
Great.
Do you mind?
Thank you.
Can I interrupt for just a second? In order to talk about why Salinas, that's our county seat, first of all, and because of the most recent census, Salinas is now considered a metro, has made us a metro county, even though we are very rural out here and get rural, very, very rural, very fast once you get out of Salinas. Just because of the population base within Salinas, it has made us a metro county, which puts us in a different category for funding, and that's why they look at the Salinas area. Thank you.
So Anne Marie, does that make it, is it still just Monterey County, or does it like extend into San Luis Obispo and San Benito, Santa Cruz? Are we kind of, is it smaller than our county level, or is that
It's
Salinas area bigger?
The county area, the county, but they call it just the Salinas
So
area
still
as the county, yeah.
area, okay.
Just because of the metro, grading that we got.
Thank you.
Those were all the questions I had. I just want to thank you again. And I think, Sharon, I can't underscore enough that I feel like these dashboard analytics are really important for our staff and our students and our community to understand. But I think we also, like you said earlier, we can't jump to conclusions, right? Because there are so many things that go into collecting and gathering this data, and then there are so many other ancillary reports to look at as well. So I just hope everybody's sort of taking a holistic perspective. Again, not to ignore these data points, but I think there's a lot of information out there that should be considered. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for a great presentation. And Sharon, I would echo what Sarah says. I really appreciate the data. I think it's really important for all of us to be more educated in how to read that and how to use it and utilize it. And so actually I had a couple questions based on the data, which actually I think you could probably answer. Just in terms of how that data is communicated. So with any of the testing, how is that discussed in the classroom with the teachers, with the parents, in terms of how it's utilized, how it's maximized, how it's used for this, either the snapshot or the collective look at the data? I'm curious to know that part of it, and then also how is this data, how are you communicating this data to the principals in terms of working with them to show site-specific the data?
Yes, I can give you at least a few examples, and then if Sharon wanted to jump in on any of the other parts. But just going to very particular examples of things that we've done this year with this. And so, for example, when looking at student placement, students, because you have to remember that this data is, by the time that school starts, it's already a few months old. And so there may or may not have been learning loss over summer. And so that's why students begin by taking a diagnostic test, which will give the most up-to-date, like where students are. And so if a student is placed, let's say in a certain level course, we worked with the high school this year with math specifically, and they wanted to look at whether or not students were appropriately placed based on the NWA map. And so that was the first course. And then so what we did was we took these students that were scoring at a certain level that were maybe on the bubble of either moving or making sure that they were in the correct course. From there, we took the CAS scores, and then we cross-referenced those scores to ensure that they were accurate. And so it's used as, I think a lot of people use these pieces backwards in a lot of ways. And so I think that this should be like a secondary check rather than the primary. And I think people are really used to using, just from NCLB days with the API scores and Casey and stuff like that. It's like, oh, this is the score, this is where my student is. But I think that we have much better and much more robust metrics that are like easily available. And having students, let's take the math assessment iReady, like it's a comprehensive multi-day test. And it gives us a much better breakdown of very particular areas where students have deficiencies. And I think that's really important though, because when you look at the math scores in CASP, they've actually, you're only able to drill down into, because you don't get access to the test questions or anything like that. And you can only drill down into 3 of them. I think one of them is like Math Sense or something like that.
They're called strands.
Yeah, and the strands are really, especially for math, are not really helpful. What's only helpful inside of that deeper data, in my opinion, is the quantile measure. And that's something that's newer to the test. And so you'll even see from the 2019 up until the most recent one that the language has changed, and they've gotten rid of a few pieces because of kind of the usefulness of some of those metrics.
And I'll add in that the benchmark assessments that we do at the district level periodically throughout the year have an adaptive component to them. So they really are better at targeting, providing targeted feedback to teachers so they can see where their kids are performing. Is it too hard or too easy? And they just keep asking you questions. It's adaptive in nature, and it's all based on grade level. So, for example, mid-year, if your student isn't performing at grade level, well, of course not. It's mid-year, and that's what's the appropriate level to be performing at when you do a middle of the year assessment like that. And are they on track to hit the end of year achievement levels that are desired? And we can use that iReady data to help us guide our next steps of instruction, and then that makes the classroom assessments that much more powerful. So in addition to what Andrew said, I know for a fact we have just completed, actually, as part of what makes this time of year so busy, we just completed at the elementary level grade level collaboration days, where we have like all the fifth grade teachers in the district, all the fourth grade, and this is one of the things they look at are the benchmark assessments, and how are the students doing, and how, like, if we are, the fourth grade team, and your results are amazing, I might be like, how are you getting those results for your students? What are you doing? Because my kids aren't doing as well in that category as yours are. Help me out. And you have to set up that right environment and that right culture. We're fortunate, at least from my experience in visiting those collaboration days. Our teachers love working together. We receive very positive feedback for those days away, which is awesome because they have to write lesson plans and leave their classrooms, which is a whole set of work in and of itself. And for them to feel like it's valuable and request, some grade levels have requested additional days even, because it's valuable to them. So we have a good mindset in our staff. They want their students to learn and improve. They want to look at the data. We are ready to roll. I can't wait for the dashboards that we're building out to be available to them, and for us to train them on them, to be honest with you, because it will have more than just the CASP test. I gave you the example. I could click on the yellow box and see who all but it will have all of this, so they will have a full-bodied picture of their students. So it is only going to improve, and this is how, like, someone asked me from that last slide with our benchmark districts, and having come from Palo Alto Unified, someone asked me, how did they get that high? This is how we started to build a culture around being data informed and looking at data and not being afraid to sit around a table and say, what are you doing that I can learn from? And it changes as staff changes, but it's really important. And then starting to look at the instructional materials and whether or not they're being used properly or with fidelity and routinely, and what the supplements are, and all the different pieces. You get to start to have those conversations. It's just about building a culture. The other component I'll add in, and then I will be quiet because we've spent a long time on this, but that component around the growth mindset of staff, that is really fantastic. Training our staff on how to have an appropriate data dialogue, and how to use data and not use it to our advantage, and not to use it to our advantage.
And I just wanted to add one more thing with regards to kind of the new data platform that we're working with, which is Schoolytics. It's something that we've had customized specifically to our needs.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for example, like as we begin our rollout with that system, we've been working diligently with the company to ensure that it's usable on multiple fronts. Specifically, like if, let's say we have two pieces of the ELA and the math dashboard, where all tests will be in one place. So you can scroll down and you can look in real time between all the different pieces, and we're having them combine those metrics so that we can kind of better pinpoint pieces rather than having to log into multiple areas and kind of make assumptions.
And I'll add we previewed this with our principals,
Mm-hmm.
and that was a request from one of our principals who's sitting here tonight, like, hey, can we have one place, right? So this company, in addition to having like a really user-friendly product, is really willing to work with us to provide us with what we think will be beneficial and helpful for our growth and improvement.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really, really essential.
I would say too, I think it's important to recognize that having communication with parents about how these, other than the school board meetings, which is obviously the appropriate venue, but if there's additional ways to inform parents about why these testing takes place, why they're important, and what happens after the testing takes place. I just think that's critical because as a parent of 3 kids in the district, 2 of whom have graduated now, I was always like, oh, the testing. You know, I didn't really realize how much they're used, and then also that there's a penalty with the CASP testing if my child didn't take it. So I would just encourage you to figure out more creative ways to communicate with parents about these testing and really how the data is used to help not only drive what takes place in the classroom, but the district as a whole. And then I know we've been going a while here, but I just want to say one last thing is that I appreciate looking at all the different benchmarks, including the CASP test, and thank you for outlining some of the other areas where I think, often the narrative out there is that Carmel Unified School District is failing a little bit, that we're dropping, and just to keep in mind that it's a whole picture, and also just to acknowledge that we're actually doing pretty well. And I want to give a huge credit to our teachers and our staff and our site administrators for, I acknowledge that COVID and some of the chaos that took place within the last 4 years that I've been on the board have played out, and teachers and staff and site administrators are keeping a stable, consistent place for students to continue to thrive and achieve. And so I appreciate all the work that they've done to buffer students from what has been happening in the last 4 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I just had a couple quick questions about the English language learners and the children with disabilities. Are there accommodations made for English language learners and the children with disabilities? Is it like based on their IEP, they get some of the same accommodations they would get for in-class testing, or are they just kind of left to take the test, I don't know, raw, I guess is what the word would be?
Yeah, so we actually do give students, well, for students with IEPs, we're required to give them the appropriate accommodations based on their IEP. For English language learners, we are able to go student by student and either turn on or turn off certain accommodations and to the test. And I just actually went to a workshop last week dealing specifically with that topic of how to maximize those pieces. And so I think that overall we're doing a good job, and as we continue though, there might be room for growth with regards to how we look at these additional accommodations, which are available to all students. And so identifying which ones need to use it, and also making sure that they know how to use it, because you don't want to give a student an accommodation on a test and they've never seen it, and it might actually hinder. And so we'll continue to work with that and kind of educate our sites on those things.
And I'll add in for our English language learners, if the assessment is scheduled to be administered on April 1st, and I showed up and enrolled in school on March 2nd, I don't have to take it. I'm considered a newcomer. You don't take that, like, you have to be here a certain period of time. So I just want to say, like, if you show up today and the test is tomorrow, that's not what we're talking, that's not the data you're looking at, because obviously then that's really challenging. But after a certain period of time, then you are required to be assessed, and that helps us. And again, just for consideration, the strength of your primary language is very much an influencing factor in the rate at which you acquire English, and that period of time, that matters, and the stronger your primary language skills are, the faster you're going to adapt to learning English. That's proven over and over and over again. And that's why we have the LPAC as well, which is a whole different test, which we're not going to talk about. But it is dependent also on, other factors that we are uncontrollable for us.
And then something I thought that you brought up that I thought was a great focal point is that we are achieving great, and what Sharon read out from our rankings in different matrices that you said, but we have room to grow. You know, even though we're looking at our benchmark districts, and I think in the math and ELA, we were like 3rd out of the benchmark districts, which is good. You know, there's room to grow though, and I appreciate that you brought that up. What I would like to see is that those things, that data that's out there, the general public does not see that. In a neighboring district of ours sends that big full page, 4-page thing out, and I see that from Monterey and I go, wow, Monterey is doing amazing things, and we are too, but not necessarily anybody knows it. You know, dual enrollment's coming here. We're still killing it with the AP classes, where our pathways are growing, the business pathways out, and nobody in the community gets to hear about it unless they are on our Parent Square. So I'd like to see more of that information out as just a general thing. Moving on, Cullen, do you have any comments?
I do, in fact. I'll try to be quick, though. So there are a few questions regarding the difference between math and ELA. And as a student and somebody that just took the test, I think there's a fairly vast difference, because taking a test on ELA, you can make educated guesses and you can sort of assume answers. But with math, you either know the information or you don't. You either know the formula or you don't. Exactly, yeah. So, and as of right now, I'm in AP Calculus. If you gave me a test right now on Integrated 2 when I took it as a freshman, I probably wouldn't do too well. And that's simply because the difference in growth of learning in ELA and math is just too different. Because in ELA, you're constantly growing your diction, you're growing your writing, you're just building off of that. But with math, it's just nonstop, more information, just more equations, everything. And then there was a question regarding what we're doing to try and help the students. And I know for Carmel High School, we were given a presentation by Ms. Gast, Mr. Packlip, and Ms. Duthman, where they clearly conveyed the importance of the testing and gave us many incentives to do well. I know some were fun. Like, one was a parking spot for students who did well, which is fun. But then there were also grade bumps in the classes in the specific different groups. So yeah, no, I think Carmel High Admin did a great job. And even if you don't see a crazy jump in test scores, I definitely think that it had a great impact on student morale and how important we viewed the testing. So thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Cullen. This was an information only and no action is required, so we'll move on to agenda item 5B. Ethnic Studies Instructional Materials Adoption Recommendation Committee update with Superintendent Sharon Ofek and Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Coordinator Andrew Rodriguez.
And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mary Petty.
I feel like I just did this. Good evening, Carmel Unified School Board members again. Thank you, Superintendent Ofek. We do have Mr. Rodriguez coming back up here tonight. He has been the lead on this Ethnic Studies Committee, so I'm excited for his next presentation. Did you get a drink of water? Here he is.
All right, so our office has been really busy, as you can see, and so I'm really excited to provide an update today on our Ethnic Studies course and the progress that the committee has made. And so I'll give a little bit of background, and then we'll kind of delve into some updates on potential frameworks that we're working with right now, and let's get into it. So, just as a reminder, so Assembly Bill 101, which was passed on October 8th, 2021, mandates two major things inside of the legislation. The first one is that all students, starting with the class of 2030, are required to take a qualifying ethnic studies course to fulfill the graduation requirement. The second piece is that all high schools need to offer a course that fulfills that ethnic studies requirement, starting with the 2025-2026 school year, which is next year. We began our work last year, and which was brought in front of the board in April, I wanted to kind of share our progress. The first thing right over here is going to be a portion of our charge statement, and so what the outline of the committee work was. And so as we're looking through, we've made our way through a good portion of this list. There's still a ways to go in order to make sure that we're putting out a product that is high quality and what our students deserve. But overall, though, we've completed quite a few of these. And as we're going through, I'll be presenting today specifically with the kind of the course outline and what the committee has worked on thus far. With the course, or with the committee composition, it consisted of 12 different members from a cross-section of different educational partners. I wanted to note a few things because this was really important as we move forward with creating these types of committees. And so we had 2 high school instructional leaders. We had 4 high school teachers, and because, as I mentioned in April, we weren't quite sure where the course would land. Like, is it going to be an English course? Is it going to be a science course? We kept a lot of options open. And so we had members from different disciplines come in. And even though it might not have ended up inside of their discipline, having that insight was really helpful with the process. Additionally, we had a parent representative, which was extremely helpful, and getting that type of feedback. And it's kind of funny just because the amount of extra work that parents end up doing to get ready for, I think she was definitely the person that did like the most research into everything. So it was awesome that she read all the emails that I sent. We also have our high school administrator. Another one which was really important, which was the high school counselor. So understanding how it's going to fit in student schedules and the impact. And so some of the routes that we were thinking about going ended up taking a turn just because of the actual logistics. And so it kind of narrowed down our focus on where the course could potentially land. We also had a student representative, obviously very important for student feedback. And then we had a special education teacher as well as an English language development teacher. And so also providing additional feedback with the course. So, looking at the committee work, so after the April board meeting, we structured our ethnic studies, actually I'll read the full name, Ethnic Studies Instructional Materials Adoption Recommendation Committee, and that formed and began meeting in May. And so starting in May, we began to have our meetings, and up until really I think the second to last week of school, meeting as much as we could to try to make some progress. And when we reconvened in August, we looked at all the different possibilities and we came up with kind of a recommended position on this. And so looking at the grade level, we're hoping to propose the grade level 11 for a few different reasons. One of the major reasons is because of current legislation with the financial literacy. And so coming up this year, so this upcoming year, ethnic studies is going to be required as a semester course. So the following year, though, California over the summer, and I saw this coming down the pike because I was looking at the assembly bills, and what I found was that financial literacy was potentially going to be on the ballot. And so in order to get ahead of it, the state ended up signing into law a new assembly bill. So it passed, and so financial literacy will also be a requirement. And so because of that, it kind of changed some of the perspectives that we had, and not saying that an individual course should, but it made a lot more sense looking to kind of future-proof this to ensure that we had, because we don't have a ton of semester courses, and so making sure that we're going down the right route for the long term rather than the short term. From there, we also determined that the semester length is appropriate, and the subject area, which would be social studies, made a lot of sense. We did take a look at other options, including looking at ethnic studies art, looking at ethnic studies history, but we noticed that districts that implemented that course of action also had a base ethnic studies course, and so these were additional courses on top. And from the recommendation of the counselor, looking at these courses as a required course, so taking a required ethnic studies art course, for example, where all students have to take that, didn't seem appropriate at the time, and so having an introductory course with potential for the future. The other thing with the 11th grade piece here to note is that it's not like students are not receiving other portions of ethnic studies inside of their class already, or at least like kind of the foundation. And so in 11th grade, ninth grade, they're taking human geography, which looks at a kind of a wider scope. Then they have world history, 10th grade. And so 11th grade made a lot of sense because we have 3 really companion courses that can build off of one another. And so if we have our ethnic studies course, we would also have US history, adding history, and so there's a lot of history which you'll see in just a minute, and then the other piece that's is our American Lit course as well, and so these courses kind of work in tandem to kind of give a wider array for our students. With that, Once we made that determination, we had a subcommittee that met, and the subcommittee had a full day planning session where we looked at all the different options. We looked at, prior to the meeting, I looked at probably about 100 different schools and kind of narrowed down, and I saw a few different trends. And most schools opted for kind of like the same 2 courses, just kind of different iterations. And so we presented some of those. We also presented additional options. Like liberated ethnic studies, for example, was a no right away for us. And as we continued through, though, we saw that there are some courses that seem to be pretty appropriate and easy to implement, because we want to make sure that as we're building a course, that regardless of the course, we have like an appropriate teacher. And so whether it's this teacher or this teacher, that the curriculum is portable. And then we brought that the information from that planning session back to our main committee. And then with our main committee, they reviewed the course outline and made additional recommendations. And so with some of those recommendations, you'll see that reflected right now. So looking at our proposed framework, the framework for ethnic studies as of right now, and this isn't set in stone, so I want everyone to understand that these are still malleable. However, you know, we did have a lot of experience in the room as we were building out these courses, and we had a lot of opportunities to look at what other districts, what worked at other districts, what hasn't worked at other districts, and that gave us a little bit of a better lens on where to narrow versus schools that maybe implemented this a few years ago where it was very wide and trying to kind of navigate like what works well for students. And so with that, we have our 4 units here, and I'm going to be going into each one of them in depth. So with our units, though, you'll notice that each one starts off with a question, and we also have essential questions attached to these. We wanted to emphasize the inquiry base of the course, and so this isn't a course where we're telling students what to think, and this was an important part that came out of the committee, but making sure that students have the opportunity to learn about like kind of the our robust and complicated history and make determinations for themselves. And so you'll notice that it starts off with I statements, but as we start off with the I, we look at ourselves first, and then we look at kind of the how we fit into the larger society, and kind of helping contextualize those things for our students. So our first unit, which is Who Am I? Ethnic Studies and Individual Identity, starts off with an introduction to ethnic studies. So what is it? Why is it important? And you'll notice that it has 2 additional essential questions. And for each slide, I'm not going to go through every single question. I'll kind of go over the more important ones. But we have what is identity, and can a person have multiple identities? So exploring the multiplicity and the complications with identities and how we see ourselves and how others see us. And then from there, looking at what is my story? And so kind of a student expose, and allowing students to share that with the class to understand kind of how they fit in the larger, kind of like larger community. And looking here, so we have our proposed unit learning targets. And one thing I wanted to note was the creation of, co-creation of norms that allow for respectful discourse. This was an important part of the discussions that we had about establishing an appropriate tone within the course. We also went through a training at the beginning of the year on August 2nd, and we'll continue those discussions with how to have proper discourses in classrooms and things like that. So we want to make sure that our facilitator or our teacher in these courses has the ability to create like a positive environment for tough discussions. Additionally, they'll be able to analyze how identity and culture inform their worldview, and how a person's worldview is influenced by their own personal beliefs. And so how essentially the intersectionality that exists within an individual, how you can be more than one thing, and what are the effects of those things. And it's not that we hide those things, but it's important to understand what they are and to be proud of them. From there, Unit 2 is Where Am I? And this one I'm really excited about. It says Origins, Movement, and Identity, Exploring Local and Community History. And so because they're already taking US history, we didn't want to duplicate the things that they see in that course. And so we wanted to kind of bring it local. And I think that there's a really great history in Monterey County of both like activism and success, as well as things that we can look at and understand the why. And so you'll notice it's also focused on origins and movements. And so we're looking at historical immigration and current immigration, but also looking at the at displacement as well of Native peoples and the effects of that, so short and long term. And then from there, for our proposed unit learning targets, it's just some things of note. So students will be able to analyze historical situations where, actually this is historical situations where race and ethnicity played a significant role in migration and displacement. And the second one's important, how historical narratives and interpretations of migration have changed through time, because this will set the foundation for the next unit, which is Why Do I Matter? Historical Perspectives of Systems and Power. One thing that was mentioned in the committee was the ability to directly address stereotypes and the importance of having, not allowing others to define our story, but being able to tell our own story. And looking at historically the people that have been able to or have not been able to tell their story and what they did in order to get their story out. And so that's kind of what forms this foundation here. And so yes, we're looking at stereotypes, but we're also looking at how laws and policies, both nationally and locally, affected prosperity within particular communities. And so that allows us to look at those historical systems of power in an authentic way. And also how have communities and individuals challenge these dominant narratives. And so what have these communities done when these stereotypes have happened in order to address it, and what kind of actions. That also leads, and then we have our learning targets once again. But what that does is that actually leads right into Unit 4. And Unit 4, which is what can I do to be more civically engaged? The word civically engaged was chosen very specifically because the state of California also has a thing called the Seal for Civic Engagement. And the Seal of Civic Engagement is something that students, by completing like community service and certain types of projects within a...
I just want to say the Seal of Civic Engagement is far more complex than just completing community service. There's multiple components to it, but we want to bring it here.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, and with this, with the seal though, what students are able to do is they're able to not only look at agents of change and activism, but also create a potential plan. And not that they have to enact a plan, but just like thinking critically about the issues that they see that are important to them, and what's a way that they can critically engage with that issue. And so that'll lead to an eventual presentation within that course. And so with that, that's kind of where we are currently with our proposed course. And we're looking at our, looking forward, we have a few different things. Our biggest one is determining how to solicit feedback from community partners. And so there's a lot of people that that we would like to engage with and continue to refine the course. And so now that we have a framework, we feel more comfortable with doing that. And the other thing is to, and I think this is our biggest project right now. They're both pretty big projects, but the other one is to review and finalize recommendations for an instructional materials list. Although there are certain pieces that are out there that other districts are using, I want to make sure that anything that we use with our students goes through an appropriate vetting process. And so we want to make sure that everything is thoroughly read through. And we have some ideas about where we can pull from, but I want to make sure that we have not only primary checks, but also second checks before we publish those. And so with that,
I'm just going to add a concluding piece here. So this is the work of the committee to date. Mm-hmm. And I want people to really understand that this is to keep keep people informed, right? One of the issues, so implementation of ethnic studies requirements have come under quite a bit of great scrutiny. In our instance, waiting to address it has actually been tremendously beneficial because we can look to other districts and learn from what happened and take a decidedly different approach and in fact in our case, I think a decidedly different, more conservative approach to dealing with how we're going to implement this course and when, and the conversations, although I'm not on the committee, the conversations that have been summarized back to me certainly are very mindful of maintaining an open mind around how we implement this course that deals with looking at multiple and diverse perspectives that are represented everywhere, including in our own community. And this is a course that will come before the board it's called a recommendation. This committee is going to come with a recommendation, and being thorough and taking it step by step has been really a big priority for us, and making sure that we have the information that our community needs available to them. So this is a real-time update about what the work that the committee has done for the community to be informed. Just so everyone realizes, this is not the recommendation. You're not approving a course or anything tonight. This is information about the work of the committee.
Thank you, Andrew. And speaking of community input, we have a couple people that would like to address the board. First up, Phil. Community input first. Yeah, Phil, you're up. Sorry.
Hello, I am a community member and a parent. My wife and I met with Mr. Rodriguez and we expressed our support for the ethnic studies curriculum. We also discussed the many rich and varied ethnic stories that could and should be studied by our kids, especially here in California and the Central Coast. These are the uplifting stories that explain what being an American is all about. The freedoms we share, the prosperity we enjoy, the opportunities before us, risk-taking and innovation, the ability to work hard and be successful or fail, and not be held back because of our racial identity or subservient to some sort of aristocracy or overlord. Here in America, we even have the ability to acknowledge and celebrate our different heritages and cultures. And while the proposed course framework is a promising start, the takeaways are somewhat divisive and cynical. Why the heavy themes in Unit 4, such as historic systems of power and colonialism, oppression, transformational resistance, social justice, activism, and protest? While studying these concepts may have some merit, they don't help our students learn, appreciate, and celebrate ethnicity. Where is the joy? Why not add some positive learning goals in Unit 4? How about including some civic action recommendations such as these? Identify ways to protest lawfully, initiate a letter writing campaign, meet with civic leaders or elected officials, learn and understand the amazing principles upon which this country was based, principles such as the rule of law, the ability to petition our government, and e pluribus unum. Join the mock trial club, staff an event for a candidate, run for a student council, host a blog or podcast, consider a career as a public servant or serve in the military, attend an ethnic festival or celebration, learn a language, travel to a foreign country, volunteer in the community. Finally, the history of this state and country is filled with inspiring stories of liberty and freedom, individual stories of people from all ethnicities that gave up much just to migrate here. Some sacrificed everything, some gave their lives in serving this country and defending our democratic way of life, not only because they sought freedom for themselves, but because they want to preserve the same opportunities and ideals for their children and grandkids. These are the inspirational stories that our kids should be learning. In conclusion, we support the Ethnic Studies program, but please, let's make it a positive learning experience. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your input. Next up is Shelley.
Hello. Thank you. I am in support of ethnic studies to learn about the histories, cultures, struggles, and contributions of different ethnicities. And I appreciate the update that the committee gave tonight. I'm here because I have questions, comments, and requests regarding the ethnic studies curriculum. The slideshow indicates that it will be a semester social studies course junior year of high school. Up until today's presentation, I was confused regarding how it would fit into the schedule, it being a semester-only course. It sounds like it might be paired along the year with financial literacy. I still don't know exactly how that's going to work. And another question I have regarding that is, even though it's not mandated by law for the current sophomores, will they be taking ethnic studies next year as juniors since the course will exist? California has provided a model curriculum, but districts actually have leeway and can pick and choose what is included in the curriculum. One of the questions I have is the second bullet point that was that of the committees. In this presentation, it says its committee's purpose was states is to develop a clear definition of what ethnic study means to this district. I'm still wondering what that clear definition is. Another question I have is, in the presentation, the next steps indicate determining how to solicit feedback from community partners. My question is, what community partners and organizations will be asked for feedback and how? Another question I have is, there was no ethnic groups actually identified in your curriculum framework. State of California's original model focused on 4 ethnic groups, but the final draft model has multiple sections on other and various ethnicities and leaves it up to the school district what they are going to actually include. My question is, what groups is our district going to include? For the success of our district ethnic studies class, I ask you to keep these things in mind. In Unit 1, titled Who Am I?, it is very important that a student does not need to define or include themselves as either part of the group of oppressor or victim. There's much concern stated about the mental health and social emotional wellness and anxiety of our students, and assigning them as either oppressor or victim based on decades of history that they were not part of would not help their mental state. In Unit 4, titled What Can I Do to Be More Civically Engaged?, one of the 4 essential question bullet points, 3 use the word change, and the last one uses the word transforming. And in the Unit 4 learning targets, the word activism, protest, and resistance are used, and speaks of social justice activists and groups. Some of these things can be positive, but they seem to lean away from teaching the kids information on the cultural history and struggles of California's diverse population, which gives them the tools to teach them how to think, but instead leans towards telling them what to think and what to do. This unit could also be very divisive instead of unifying. In selecting instruction materials and teaching training, Board Policies 1325 and 6144 need to be kept in mind, which indicate the school and teachers must not take sides on controversial issues, and students can form opinions without being discriminated against. I just have a couple more sentences. Could I continue, please?
If you can make it really quick.
Yes, the approved California model curriculum had many drafts leading to the final draft. The current law actually indicates that it is against the law to use parts of those old drafts that were removed due to bias and prejudice. However, some organizations are still advocating and using those parts of the old draft, so please be cognizant not to use instruction materials and teacher training that would be against this law. I'm hopeful our ethics studies curriculum will be constructive and build understanding, inspire mutual respect, and confront racism and celebrate ethnic accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open this up to board discussion, starting with Carl and working our way back this way.
Yes, both speakers, very good points. For me, obviously a lot of work has gone into this curriculum, and it's new. But it's about the sequence that I would question a little bit. You know, I've been at the high school a long time, and 9th grade human geography and world history is a curriculum about them. The difference here is this is all I-based. Where do I fit? What do I feel? What do I know? Seems like it's awful late to me to be going to that place when we have such a huge issue with it, both in this district and I think nationally. We talk a little bit about, well, they have human geography in ninth grade. What are the links that can be directly attributed to this curriculum for ninth graders and 10th graders? And they do, and to assume that we can just do instructional fact with historical, issues, it's a completely different thing than what we're presenting here. It's interesting too that civics, of all things, is the last thing we teach them in the senior year. When you think about civics and government and your responsibilities as a citizen of the United States, understanding of municipal, state, federal government, you don't get that until you're 17. That's a little strange too. So for me, I would want to see a definitive link between those 9th and 10th grade classes to this program, because there's no reason in the world why they should be waiting 2 years to get there, in my view. I do want to tip my hat to all those that have worked on this, but it needs more work, in my opinion.
Thank you, Carl. I'm pausing for a moment because I'm thinking about what you just said. That was really good. I like the fact that it's an inquiry-based class. I think that I think it's time for, by the time you get to your junior year, start thinking about, how you fit into where you're going to be next and how things are going to be going. So I think it's well placed in sophomore year, although junior year, gets to be really tight because it's got so many requirements going on. But I understand. I really like that it's you get a year after that to think about it and to incorporate it into your civics and your econ classes. I like where it's placed. I think that there's definitely some more work that's going to be going on here, but I think you already are knowing that, so there's no point in my saying that. Looking at origins and movements, that is a huge thing, especially going on right now around the world. I like where this is going. I think it still needs some more work, but you're not going to be rolling it out until next year. So I like it. And do you know when you're going to be coming back to this with us with more concrete of what you're going to be doing?
I think once we get kind of elicit the feedback, we'll kind of reconvene and then kind of figure out our next steps based on board discussion today.
The one thing that I wanted to just make a plea to is how can we as board members help by reaching out to community, because as of November we're going to be into trustee areas, and those people can reach out to. They're certainly canvassing a lot of different people right now, so they're making a lot of connections. So you might want to think about reaching out to your board members to be able to reach out to community members and sort of highlight it to them and bring people in from the community. I think Carl had mentioned that to me earlier, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you for this presentation, especially since it's the real-time update from the committee. So thanks to you and the committee for doing all this hard work. I have a couple of specific questions. So since Sharon, you mentioned, other districts have rolled this out, and the beauty of our timing is that, we have, some places to look back on what's been successful or what hasn't been successful as other districts has rolled this out. So first and foremost, is there a framework or guardrails for the conversations that will happen in the classroom around all of these different units? Like, what professional development goes into this course so the teachers and the staff can effectively manage the conversations? Specifically for Unit 1, when you're talking about identity, what are you talking about? Is it your cultural identity? Is it your physical identity? And where are the guardrails in that conversation? And how are the teachers and staff going to be equipped to handle conversations as such?
So looking at professional development, I think that you have to be careful about because we do have funding allotted for specifically for the teacher of this course. So that's one thing to mention. But I think it's also about having that person go to the correct or like the right training, the right type of training. And so I think that's stuff that we're still looking into. I've researched and we've talked about as a committee some of the potential trainings, but I think that's once we identify the particular teacher, we'll be able to have a little bit more to understand like what the need is.
Can I jump in and just say, we will be offering, I can say this with assurance because I believe this in my heart, that the entire campus is going to need to have professional learning around this because it's taught in one class doesn't mean it only stays there. And so I think that is a really important component that I have put a lot of thought into in terms of implementation of a new course that has kids who are encouraged to ask questions, which is a great thing. And we want our kids to learn how to learn and through asking questions and all of that. But I do imagine that it will, what happens in this course will translate over into other courses. Kids don't just stop thinking. Adults don't just stop thinking. Like you could go from one lesson in one period line to the next lesson, and you could have English and you could be reading a novel that brings up something that changes how you look at that novel and what the themes are in that novel. So yes, we have funding set aside specifically for ethnic studies teachers, but we will have to provide training for all of our staff who, so they're all prepared and able to and feel comfortable with these types of conversations. And frankly, as I see it, it is connected quite a bit to some of the issues we have pretty publicly pushed out through our resolution agreement with the Office of Civil Rights. That's part of this too. When things happen on campus, how do we as the adults on campus respond? And do we feel prepared to be able to do that? And we need to provide professional learning always as an option for these types of conversations with kids in and out of the classroom. So we currently have funding set aside. That funding goes away after next year, so hopefully we'll have a lot in the coming year.
And then also, is this a graded class, or is it one of the grade, no grade, or just a pass?
It'll be for
passing or
it'll
not
be for
passing.
a grade, and that's one of the other important things too is understanding that as we continue through this, will be an A through G approved course.
It is, okay.
And so, we'll have to put together all the paperwork and everything and submit to the to the system, but that's the idea.
Okay. I think for now, those are the questions that I had. Thank you so much.
A couple questions as well. Just going back to what Sharon was saying and Sarah, I love that the class is set up where it's focused on that individual and that it's focused around discussion. But I do really think it's critical to have an open, honest conversation where students are being engaged and comfortable. You have to create a safe place for that first. And so I would imagine that the committee, or I hope that the committee is really talking about that as the primary goal initially, is to create a safe enough space where students, no matter what diverse background they have or cultural or heritage they have, that they are feeling safe enough to be able to share among their peers. Just food for thought. And then I'm curious too, will there be an opportunity to kind of do a soft launch or, like a test run to see how it goes? And is this kind of a reiterative process where you can learn and then adjust as needed for a period of time?
I can speak a little bit to that just because if you're looking at the timelines of Assembly Bill 101, for example, what we know is that if the course is offered at junior level, that gives us a little bit of time to offer potentially as an elective, and then allow us to. But I think any course though should be evaluated every year for effectiveness, and so I think that even as we continue forward, being able to be open to suggestions and feedback in order to improve the course, I think is very important.
And then just another, I'm just curious, is the committee made up of diverse perspectives and backgrounds?
Yeah, so I think that, when you're talking about intersectionality, for example, I think that there's a lot of intersection within that group. I wouldn't, I don't want to come in and, specify and assume someone's identity, for example.
Right.
But I know that we do have people from different racial, ethnic, and religious backgrounds, as well as gender, and I think that those things are important within the community and that, or within the committee, and so that's allowed us to kind of explore from a lot of different angles.
Yeah.
And maybe things that we hadn't even thought about.
Right. Yeah. In my field of work, I'm just constantly amazed about how my perspective and my lens is my lens, and that my peers are approaching that in a much different way based on their life experiences. So I appreciate that diverse perspectives are so needed as any new curriculum is being developed. And then just a comment. So I read a great book in one of my book clubs called How the Truth is Told. It's a great a book that focuses on how narratives are hand-selected and told throughout history to, again, just to represent one specific perspective.
Thank you, Andrew. All my questions were answered except one. How can the community reach out to you to share some of their opinions like were shared tonight? Because the audience here is pretty small, and the YouTube audience is also very small. So I don't know how you're collecting that data, or if you're willing to collect that data. Is there a way that we can let people know to reach out to you guys to share their opinions with the committee, or just stay tuned until we're looking for community input?
I think it's a little bit of both, and so my email is always open, and I want to make sure that Ed Services is able to respond appropriately and accurately to the information that's provided. With that said, though, that's something that we're going to continue to build because we've gotten to this point, and so now it's about planning for next steps and ensuring that we're doing this in the correct way. I don't want to promise something or rush something
I agree.
that I might not be able to follow through on, and so I want to make sure that I reconvene with my team and ensure that we're all on the same page as we move forward.
Yeah, my example would just be the board of us five. None of us
Yeah.
have any power besides the collective of the five, and the same thing with your committee.
Yeah.
If there's a way to reach out and share information just like we get, and then it kind of tempers your perspective of
Yeah.
it anyway. So, okay, thank you for offering up your email address. I know that can be difficult sometimes, but I appreciate it. Cullen, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I really liked Phil's statement, as a matter of fact, because, the classes that I've taken history-wise, I've enjoyed the classes thoroughly, but they've definitely been much more about certain negative aspects of history. So I think introducing a class that's about positive things and beautiful things about culture and ethnicity would be great. I love that idea. The only issue that I saw with it is if you're planning to introduce the class to juniors, there's a struggle with the MPC history class. I know a majority of juniors take that class, and the curriculum and pacing of that class is actually decided by MPC, not the teacher. So how would you go about introducing the ethnic studies class if you're planning on doing so into that course?
I can't speak directly to that because I'd have to look a little bit more about how MPC runs that. I can kind of get back to the group with that, unless Sharon, if you have anything on that.
No, we can look into that.
Oh, okay.
I will tell you the course that you just referenced is a dual enrollment course, and what you said is 100% accurate. Just to confirm that for everyone here tonight, that is accurate. It is a dual enrollment course, and it is in alignment with the MPC pacing and expectations. And it is a rigorous course because it is a college credit course that you are getting both college and high school credit for. So,
Thank you, everybody, for your participation. This was an information-only item, so no action is required. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Rest those feet. Agenda item 5C, Fall 2024 Title IX update with Superintendent Sharon Offek and Title IX Coordinator Jackie Moran.
all right. So, we committed to taking action on several items related to Title IX to make the information more user-friendly. Seems to be a theme tonight, but more user-friendly, more knowledgeable, community members on how to respond to situations, et cetera. As we were moving pretty swiftly along that journey. We were informed, obviously, that there would be changes to the regulation, and then those regulations were released, were delayed and delayed and delayed. So anyway, this presentation this evening from our Title IX coordinator is just intended to share the work that we've done since the release of the revised regulation that went into effect August 1st, 2020. So we're happy to share all of the things that we've done already to address that, and then some sort of future initiatives that we're working on to continue our work. So I'll turn it over to Jackie, who will share the information.
Thank you. Sorry, Sharon, I couldn't hear your introduction, but I'll roll with it and assume I know what you said. Did you all, just to clarify, since I can't see you right now, am I going to be sharing my screen so that you can see the presentation?
Jackie, can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent. The screen has the slides up on it.
Oh, perfect.
And there you are on our screen as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can't see what the screen has on it. Actually, if you give me one
She's
minute.
not, so it will be shared with all of us. You should see it in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go. There you are. Do you see
Great,
everything?
thank you.
There you go.
Yes, I can. Perfect. Thank you. And we can just skip over the introductory slide. But my purpose in coming to talk to you all today is to share an update about what has been happening with Title IX and with the work that we've been doing since the new regulations went into effect. So I don't know if you all remember, but I came to a board meeting back in July, and we talked about updates to the Title IX regulations that were going to go into effect starting August 1st, 2024. So those federal regulations were updated, and the district, along with districts throughout the country, updated board policies and regulations. So what I wanted to go over today is all the things that we've done since August 1st to make sure that we're complying with those new 2024 regulations, including improving existing resources that the district already has, and we're creating some new guides to both help staff and students understand what some of the changes are and help them get better access to resources. So first, as I mentioned, we revised and updated all policies to comply with the 2024 Title IX regulations. That happened back in July. We've updated the website and the online reporting form, and I'm going to share a snapshot of that in a minute. Excuse me. We also created a staff guide to reporting infographic and a student guide to reporting infographic. And we have, I believe you all have copies of those in front of you right now. Both of those documents were shared with principals during a principals meeting. The staff guide to reporting was shared with all staff in the superintendent's newsletter earlier this month. And we're putting together a plan for sharing the student guide to reporting with students. So we're going to be working primarily with the middle school and high school on how to roll that information out to students. So the next slide, we have a screenshot of information on the Title IX website right now. So what you all are going to see is when you go onto the main page for the district, you're going to be able to very easily access the Title IX website or the Title IX webpage. So it is going to appear, it currently appears both in the quick links on the main page, and then also if you're on the front page of the site and you scroll all the way down, there's now a direct link to the Title IX page. You can also use the search feature on the main page and just put in Title IX and it'll bring you to this site. It is still under construction, so you'll see if you scroll down that there's some grayed out boxes that don't have information yet. That is in the works, and we're trying to make sure that all of that is updated based on the new regulations that went into effect in August. So that is a work in progress. Hopefully we will have that put together and out on the site very soon. But in the meantime, we made sure that obviously the Title IX coordinator contact information is on that site and a very clear link to the reporting form. So if you click on that box that says click here, it will bring you directly to the online reporting form. which is a confidential way to report information directly to the Title IX coordinator. We're using a form in Informed K-12. So it's a system that the district already had in place, and we just created a form specifically for reporting incidents of sexual misconduct. The next slide has images of the guide. Oops, if you can go back one. Thank you. The guides to reporting for staff and students, and I'm assuming that it's going to be easier for you to look at the paper in front of you rather than what's on the screen here. But I did just want to share some images for folks. So we have both separate guides, one for staff, one for students. The guide for staff specifies how staff members are, how they can report information to the Title IX coordinator, because all staff in any K through 12 district in the country are required to report directly to the Title IX coordinator if they witness or learn about an incident of sex-based harassment involving a student, and that includes sexual assault, dating violence, domestic violence, and stalking. So they are required by federal law and by district policy to report that information directly to the Title IX coordinator. That is in bold in that first box on the staff guide. And then the following few boxes have information about how they can support students, and then also what options are for resolution. And we try to make this guide serve two purposes. One, help educate staff on how they can report if they learn about an incident of sex-based harassment involving a student, but also how they can report if they themselves experience something in the workplace. So the staff guide was really tailored to that population. For the students, we changed the language a little bit, and we really geared it towards students understanding who they can talk to at the district and what they can do, what their options are if they themselves experience some form of sex-based harassment. So if you read them side by side, the message is similar, but we really try to tailor them specific to the communities. And again, there's a QR code on each guide that links directly to the Title IX page of the district's website. And then one of the other things that we've been doing since August is we've been doing a lot of work with training and education for staff and employees within the district. If you want to go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So we're really trying to create more opportunities for learning for the staff and also for in-depth discussions. I believe that online training has a time and a place, and it certainly meets our compliance requirements, but the real learning comes when I can actually sit down with the staff, with the site administrators, and talk about what is happening in their departments and in their buildings, and really help work through some of the nuances there. So we did put together a process and protocol document for all the principals and assistant principals, so that they know exactly what has to happen if they learn about an incident of sex-based harassment in their building. So I had a meeting with everybody, and we walked through what that process and protocol is, and they have it written down in front of them, so they know what the steps are for reporting. I've also I've had my first monthly meeting with the school site leads, so we're meeting separately with the elementary schools and then with the middle and high school principals, so that we can talk through some of those specific situations that are occurring in their buildings. And they're giving me feedback on how the process looks from their perspective, and I've been doing the same with them. So we're going to be continuing that process throughout the year. And then lastly, I'm working with the superintendent's office to finalize training for January 2025. So I'll be coming out to Carmel so I can meet in person, hopefully with all of the staff, to really talk again about specific situations and give them some more in-depth training and education opportunities around Title IX and responding to incidents of sex-based harassment. So that, I believe, is everything in our update, and I'm happy to answer any questions. My only ask is to tell me who you are when you're asking questions, because I can't see you.
The board received no request for public comments, so we will start with Carl and work our way back this way.
Thank you.
Well, impressive. To me, it's a great step forward, and it couldn't be clearer as to what it is and how to deal with it, both for students and for staff. And long overdue, and I'm pretty impressed.
Thank you.
Hi, Jackie. This is Anne Marie.
Hi.
Hi. I wanted to say how impressed I was with the in-depth discussions. That's something that really is needed. The canned online training was just, so canned and online. I don't know what else to say about that. I really like the fact that you're going to be coming out in person in January. I would just put a thought out there, and I don't know if that can work for the January meeting, but take a look at our offer some kind of a meeting for our parent group as well, so that they understand what it means for their younger children. Some of them are involved in some situations, and also for a student based kind of group, so they can understand what the nuances are and what it means to sometimes get into a delicate situation. So I'm just going to throw those thoughts out there for you, but I like what I'm seeing, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Jackie. This is Sarah Hines. You answered all my questions around the training and communication, so I'm happy to hear and see that there is a plan going forward, and we look forward to meeting you in person. Thanks so much for all your hard
You're
work.
welcome.
Hi, Jackie. This is Seabury. I actually have a question for you, but I also have a question for Colin. But I'll start with you first. Is with the form for the parent or for the students, how is there guidance on how because many of these students are going to potentially be younger. Is there a guide on how parents should be working with their students to write a form, submit a form?
There is not at the moment, and my hope is that if a younger student came to their parent and the parent wanted to report it, they could fill it out on the student's behalf. We do have essentially the first page of the form is instructions on how to fill it out, and there's a few required fields, but it is fairly simple. And if a form gets submitted that doesn't have all of the information that I need to assess what happened, I'm going to reach out to the person anyway. So as long as it comes in with a name and either a phone number or an email address, I can follow up on it and get any additional information.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll add in there that the first page, Jackie says it's directions. It's like an FAQ. So there are a lot of questions that get asked about, what happens when I file a form, who sees the form, all that. It's an FAQ as the first page before you even get to the fillable portions of the form. And as she pointed out, it is actually really quite simple. And there are required fields because if you want a response, you need to provide a way to respond.
Great. And then my question for Colin is there another platform to get this form out other than online to students?
Yeah, of course. So in previous years, I remember 2 years ago, there was actually a committee that was student-led where students went into classrooms, into history classes, and talked about the struggles that we've had with sexual misconduct. And I think that was the best way to do it. I thought students, including myself, responded a lot better to having students convey the information. So I think, again, having students go around, give presentations, and then hand out the forms this way, or at least give them information on where to find the form would be the best way to do it. But I think that's something that could be discussed at a later date, but that's just mine.
Jackie, this is Jason. I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for clarifying that the forms, they can get the investigation rolling without having all the forms or the anxiety of getting everything correct on the first shot. And with that said, this was an information-only item. There's no action required, and we'll move on to the next portion of our Title IX presentation. Agenda item 5D, Title IX quarterly reporting, October 2024, with Superintendent Sharon Ofek and Title IX Coordinator Jackie Moran.
All right, so this item is information only. A little more than a year ago, we committed to providing quarterly updates because there were some questions around the quantity of reporting or the volume of reporting, whether people were reporting or not, what was going on. It seemed very mysterious to everyone. So the best way to address that, we felt, was to make a commitment to the community to providing quarterly updates. So this is our first quarter of this academic year. So what you'll see is literally a data table. That's it. We're not going to do a big slide presentation or big presentation every time. You'll get this every quarter. At some point, I'm not even going to do this. I'm just going to say, yep, that's what we have as we adjust to getting used to this. I think this is our 5th or 6th time bringing this kind of information to you. This format of this exact, this specific report, I'll move back in a second, is adjusted. The only adjustment really is to make it in line with the regulations, the 2024 regulations that went into effect on August 1st. So you'll see some slight changes in vocabulary and the way it was. If you're comparing to last year, it's different. It's a different form, and the regulation changed. So it's not quite the same. Just as we anticipated, however, with the changes, there are increased numbers of reports coming in, which is a good thing. Because you want to create an environment where people feel safe to share and take next steps.
The board received no requests for public comments, so we'll open it up to board comments, starting with Carl.
None at this time. Thank you.
I have no questions at this time about my table. I'm just curious as to taking a look at people. Are we sort of taking a back-end survey, exit survey? I don't know what you want to say about people who have gone through the process and just said, you know, are they feeling like their needs were met, you know, or do they feel happy with the results, or, you know, was the process easy to go through? And I guess, you know, places where we can adjust later on. I was just wondering if there was anything in that, you know, other than this table, just about the reporting.
Jackie, do you want to answer that? Or you want me to?
Sure.
Okay.
No, I'm happy to answer it. And it's a really good question, and it's something that I think is very complicated in the Title IX world, in large part because nobody going through a Title, like, you know, when we talk about satisfaction surveys for going through a process, nobody is going to be satisfied after a Title IX process. And that's just something that I've seen over the last, you know, 15 or so years. It's really, really difficult to do that. However, what I always encourage people to do is share information with me, you know, share feedback. Some of the best feedback that I've gotten about the process is from sitting down with students afterwards and just talking to them. So I am very open to that. And I, in part, this is what we are doing now is new. And the process under the 2024 regulations is new. It's going to be a little different than what it looked like previously. So we're still in the very beginning stages of that. But I do want to encourage people, whether they are only filing a report and they're getting some supportive measures through their school afterwards, or whether they go through a full Title IX process, I want them to feel comfortable sharing feedback with me about the experience. It was too hard to fill out the report form, or there were fields I wanted to fill out that I didn't understand what they were. Something as simple as that to, I didn't like how, you know, so-and-so treated me during the process. I want that kind of feedback. So we don't have a formal mechanism for it. I don't expect that we would put one in place. But I do want to, you know, that anecdotal information is very, very important and something that we're going to ask for and use to improve the process moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
I had one question. The perceived increase in reports, Sharon mentioned that it could possibly be due to what is considered a Title IX. Could some of it be attributed to the this marketing campaign of how to report and the ease of that and just the education of how to get people into the system? I know we've talked about trends, and that's always what I want to see. And with everything changing, each time we talk, I know it's going to be very difficult to get the data that I'm hoping for. Can you tell us if any of it's attributed to just the change in the law, or the change in that we've pushed it out to staff members and students that this is how you do it?
I am going to take an educated guess that it is the latter, because we've always asked people to report anything that could be considered sex-based harassment. So even if it didn't quite fit into that definition under the 2020 regulations, but it does under the 2024 regulations, I would have expected it to be reported last year as well. So anything that could be sex-based harassment, we asked people to report that previously. What I have seen in other schools and what I am expecting here is that the easier it is for people to report, the easier it is for people to contact the Title IX coordinator, the more reports we're going to receive.
Okay, thank you. Cullen, do you have any comments?
I do not.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Jackie. This was, again, an information-only item, and there will be no action required. Moving on to agenda item 5E, resolution number 24-19 for the 2025 to 2026 fiscal year California State Preschool Program continued funding application with Sharon Ofek and Laura Dunn.
All right, so that's a long intro there. Laura Dunn is here this evening. Thank you for sticking it out with us here. If we have any questions, this is actually really a routine item. We've brought this as the third time I'm bringing this forward to the board. This is how we get funding for our Carmelo programs. And there's a resolution involved, so it can't go on. I mean, we don't put it on consent. I suppose we could, but we don't, because there's a resolution involved. So really, there's no change other than, new year, new request for money. And Laura is here. I mean, she has to submit documents and whatever. So, you don't have to present anything, but she is here to answer questions.
I wasn't planning on presenting anything, but I do want to just say, it is one of the ways we receive funding, and it's for our low-income families. And so it's very specific. They have to be income eligible or foster care, as well as we are now, it's a new requirement for us to prioritize children with IEPs as well. So that is a new requirement for us. One thing has changed is we have changed our days of operation to one less, so that the child development staff can all participate in the welcome breakfast with the rest of the district. So that is the one change that is different on this contract, is there is one less day. It doesn't change the amount of the contract. We earn that contract based on the number of attendance days and the number of children that we serve, and pretty much every year we over earn our contract, and then I put in a request for the county and they say, yes, here's some extra money. So that's kind of how that goes. If you have any questions.
The board received no requests for public comments, and if the board has no requests or comments, could somebody make a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 24-19 for the 2025-26 fiscal year California State Preschool Program continued funding application approval request as presented.
I second.
Thank you. Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 5F, approve revised schedule of Board of Education meetings for the period July 2024 through June 2025 with Sharon Ofek.
All right, so there's a lot of school districts up and down the state that are probably doing this because there is education code that requires certain timelines to be followed during, for scheduling meetings during an election year. And this year is an election year. So we had scheduled our meeting on December 11th initially. However, after the election and to be in compliance with all of the education code timeframes and timelines, we cannot have that meeting. The earliest we can have that December meeting is December 13th. So this is just a change in meeting date to move the meeting from December 11th, which was initially proposed and approved, to December 18th, which is the following week, also on a Wednesday, which is our typical day. Better to keep it that way and have the community come and just change the date. So that's really what this is all about. And it's very hard to sometimes navigate when you're doing your meetings and take into account all of those different regulations in those different years. So there's another component to all of this, which is connected to requirements also related to specific timelines in education code and whatnot, related to budget and reports that are required to be submitted. So we have, just in case anyone knows all of that, you are able to request an extension of the timeline, and we did request an extension of the timeline and received it, because those two calendars or days of requirements are at odds with one another. We would have had to have like 2 meetings in 1 week and whatnot. So we went ahead and requested from the County Office of Education an extension, and it was granted. So everything is all in order to have that meeting on the 18th instead of the 11th.
The board received no request for public comment, so if there's no questions or comments from the board, can I receive a motion to approve the change?
I'll make a motion to approve the revised schedule of the regular Board of Education meetings for the year as presented.
I second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, public comment on non-agendized items. Members of the public may address the board regarding items or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. We'll start with number 1. As I mentioned earlier, public comments is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the board's jurisdiction. This does not include election matters, which are outside of the board's jurisdiction. We will start with 1, Michelle Bevard.
Hi. My name is Michelle Ocampo Bevard. Our family has lived in this community for 5 generations. I'm here sharing a disheartening experience involving my son, who was a freshman starting high school after being homeschooled during the pandemic. My son was eager to meet new friends, but he was soon embroiled in a criminal case. We were court-ordered not to speak publicly about it due to the ongoing investigation and the minors that were involved. However, Ms. Rosen publicly discussed my son's case, using his name illegally and attempting to influence the outcome, which obstructed justice and violated juvenile privacy laws. My son faced 3 felony charges: assault and battery, conspiracy, and aiding and abetting, without sufficient evidence. The first 2 DAs felt there wasn't enough evidence to proceed, and the second DA mentioned outside pressure to pursue charges. Ms. Rosen's actions seemed retaliatory because days before, my husband and I were top signatories on a recall petition against her at the Sunset Center meeting. In March 2023, a fight broke out at school in the bathroom during lunchtime, and my son filmed it. The vice principal told us it was a school rule violation, not a criminal act. Despite this, Ms. Rosen continued to discuss the case publicly, even bragging about her influence due to our family connections. In July 2023, Ms. Rosen was overheard by a community member, a witness within our small community, discussing the case in detail. She heard Ms. Rosen's side of the story. I couldn't even discuss the details, let alone in a crowded local restaurant, speaking openly about an ongoing investigation. She even bragged about her ability to influence the case, alluding to a family member's connection in high places as a social worker in Monterey County. The witness wasn't aware of the incident prior to this. How does a board member think she is above the law? She conspired to go after my son, and in the end, the evidence didn't support her theory. She used my son as a pawn. This is mafioso behavior, and it has no business in the education system. Our children should be the priority. Their future is our goal. Their safety and their right to free and safe education should be at the forefront. You violated my children's civil rights and your own personal gain. You maliciously prosecuted my son in the court of public opinion. Ms. Rosen's behavior is unacceptable for a board member. She used her power to retaliate against my family, causing financial and educational burdens and breaking our trust. Her actions created a hostile environment for my son and violated his civil rights. This behavior is corrupt and doesn't belong in our education system, and Ms. Rosen should be investigated and her actions should be checked at the ballot box. Thank you.
Next, we have Katrina Hodges.
Hi, my name is Katrina Hodges. I have 4 kids in the district. I appreciate what that lady said, because I think sometimes I have often felt there is a barrier between parents and the school district in terms of collaboration and actually having honest conversations about what's happening in situations. And it results in a lot of frustration and miscommunication and things that get out of hand as well. There's sometimes a kind of a defense of the institution that seems out of place with being data-driven. I really love what Ms. Ofek said earlier about really trying to go more toward a data-informed perspective as we kind of like look at Schoolitics and try to figure out how to be really thoughtful about what we do with education moving forward. In that line, that's not really what I intended to say, but that I wanted to make a request of the school board. I'm here representing a parent focus group. We are the Carmel Parent Advocates and Allies. We represent parents of kids with special education needs. And I would like to request on behalf of our group that you add us to your board agenda in a coming near future meeting, because we would like to present our experiences and data to help inform your decisions to keep the district accountable for the academic success of our students in special education. We have a lot to share on this in this area. I know you guys have another special education litigation case you're going to discuss in closed session today, and you know, there's a lot of frustration from parents when the CASP results show that special education students are doing really poorly, and how do we work with parents and work together as a team to make sure that we are really improving those data points as well for the special education students. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, Erin Adams.
Hello, I'm Erin Adams. I'm a parent of 6 kids in the district, one of whom receives special education services. As we are in election season, I want to say a word about the job of our school board as a reminder to both voters and candidates alike. Your 5 major responsibilities, according to the California School Board Association, are setting direction, establishing an effective and efficient structure, ensuring accountability, providing support, and providing community leadership as advocates for our children, this school district, and the public schools. I had the opportunity to speak with a couple of the board members recently about their particular work and passion and focus while being board members. I wanted to address something in a conversation that I had with Jason. I understood that you were indicating that the special education services from our school district are outside of the expertise and purview of the school board. And that's something that I want to offer a little pushback on. Our kids in special ed need the board to ensure accountability in the special ed services. Whether you're a teacher, whether you're an electrician, whether you're a stay-at-home mom, as a member of this board, it is your job to hold our district accountable. As elected officials, you can see that this community believes you can do this work. So thank you for showing up, and know that we elected you because we believe you can do it. Your signatures mean something. You need to be willing to hold your people of your district accountable and know that you can do that. Your consideration in all these matters are very important. You matter here. I'm here to ask you to reconsider what is your work to do. Special ed clearly falls within your purview because you are our school board. Every child matters and deserves board oversight. I'm also here representing a parent focus group, Carmel Parent Advocates and Allies for Children with Special Education Needs. I would also like to second the request that you would add us to your board agenda in a soon upcoming meeting so that we can present our experiences and the data that we have collected and been able to research so that we can help inform your decisions in supporting, providing appropriate support for our kids and holding the district accountable for the academic success of our students in special ed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next item is item 7, informal report with Superintendent Sharon Offek.
I don't have anything this evening to add.
Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda item 8, board operations. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, meetings attended, and recent developments from the Board of Education. We'll start with Carl and work our way back.
Go, Carl.
Well, I'm going to probably truncate quite a bit of what I might have said at, you know, what's been going through my mind is, you know, it's the misinformation for me that really has been a problem. And some of it is as simple as I talked to a teacher about the CASB scores, and they don't know anything about it. Well, you that are here tonight have definitely heard quite a bit about it. It's a snapshot score, is what it is. Campaigning on issues like that, to me, are below the line. Just as much as that CASB snapshot is going to affect our real estate values. Well, you've got U.S. News and World Report out there, and you've got Niche, which is real estate driven, saying the exact opposite. No one has approached me at Safeway and said, Carl, that CASB score is keeping me out of here. It's ridiculous. Some of the things that are said and the mean-spiritedness of it has been, to me, appalling, really. One of the things I do want to say is, I've got 3 grandkids in the schools. I've got 2 at River, 2nd and 5th, 1 at Middle, and I do high school football games up there still, hanging out up at the high school campus. All I hear from anybody is how much fun it is to be in these schools and how great these schools really are. Do we have some work to do? Sure, we do. We have work to do, and you're hearing some of it tonight. But I think this idea that somehow this place needs a complete facelift and there's something wrong with it is, to me, ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. You could not want a better school district than the one you're in. Let's be honest about it, folks. And, you know, in particular, I want to go to the high school that wins everything, does everything, has a great activities program, who has the best pep band on the planet, not to mention string orchestra band and all of the activities, career tech ed, auto shop. I could go on, a mock trial team that's winning in Chicago. What more can they do? What more can they do? Well, you know, they're doing it. And I will say this too. They're also tightening up the ship, and they're doing it with a lot of dignity and grace with kids and the community. It's all the little things, the reminders, don't go there, don't park there, be good neighbors, don't pull out people's political signs. I mean, you know, it's that, and get to class on time and be good people, and here's why. I just can't say enough good things about them. I really can't. The thing, too, that is annoying for me is this idea of testing and how big of a deal it is. Look, I have a lot of experience working with high school kids and testing, and when you mention something like CASPI or STAR, you're not going to get, it's not going to register because it's not going to get them personally anywhere, and that's kind of who they are. What do they care about? They care about good grades. They care about honors classes, AP placement, weighted grades, maybe a little too much at times. Letters of recommendation are important to them moving on. Getting into college is a whole different ballgame now than it has ever been before. And then what do they think about misinformation? What are they to believe? When you look at it nationally, all the way down to the board level, I think that it's a pretty tough world for youngsters to be in. But I take great umbrage to people trying to denigrate the district for all of the wrong reasons. You know, P.K. Diefendahl, he's the superintendent of Monterey, said exactly what Sharon said. That is a snapshot, is what that is, of a test that, quite frankly, we've had 7 days to deal with. No wonder people don't know anything about it. You know, came out in the 10th and said, you know, we're on vacation, on and on. Comments, ridiculous. I will say this too. The detractor, there are some people that have been kind of tough on old Carl here, and I have met with them. I've had coffee with them, and it's been delightful. They don't necessarily agree with me, but they have found a way to communicate with me where we can both talk about who we are, what we do, why we've done it. We don't always agree, but that's the way you do it. You don't do it with Concerned in Monterey County, which is cheap shot artists, anonymous, out there having a heyday with a bowl of popcorn and who knows what. So, boy, have I seen a lot over the last 35 years in this district. And what I'm seeing today is probably one of the most appalling approaches to perspective in a district that has every reason to be extremely proud of itself. Are we perfect? Nope, we're not. Anne Marie made a point earlier about trying to close the gap between being at the 90th percent and the 91st or 2nd. That's hard. That's as hard to do as bringing up a district with scores in the 30th percentile up to the 50th. We are who we are. What we do have is a lot of people that are interested, this board, in moving forward from where we have been. Have we made some mistakes? I think we have. And they're pretty obvious. I think the other thing I need to say is in regards to superintendents, a case could be made that I've seen too many of them come and go, which is true. But the one we have now is by far and away the most articulate and well-educated in terms of academics of any that I have worked with. And that's going to go back to 1985. I mean, they've been good, but not with that kind of a database, not with that kind of organization and planning. And the reason you don't hear about it is because she's not going to blow her own horn. You have to come to the meetings or you have to watch them. You really do, to see what's going on. The reports that we get from her weekly, I'm sure the board will attest that they are detailed, straightforward, no spin, and all moving this place in the right direction. So I will now step down, and I want to thank everybody that has come tonight. I also want to thank all the candidates that are running because they all believe in the same thing. They all believe that we are a good district, we can be better. They love the place, and to that I tip my hat.
Thank you, Carl.
You're welcome.
In terms of board operations and what I've been doing, Community Human Services meeting, Career Tech Ed that has another meeting coming up in November is their next meeting, so they didn't have one this last month. Been up to Kashawa and Tular. I just went to the Morning Mile, so I finally got to get out and do that. That's a true pleasure. You get to see all the kids. I just wanted to ask a question for the last couple of months we've been talking about OCR complaint and where we are, and I just wanted to ask, Some people in the community have asked me about that and what we have done proactively and where we are going headed forward with that. So I didn't know whether we would probably engagement with the public might not be a bad idea. In terms of town hall, I think that the board can really put out some, good information about what we've done proactively and where we're going from here. We're about 1/8 of the way through the 2-year process that we have. So I think the community should get some kind of an update right about now as to where we're standing with that. And that's, the community at large as well as our, internal stakeholder groups. Those are the things that I really want to, and the one other thing was the California Youth Act. I don't know exactly when that is supposed to be in place, whether that's starting next year or the year after, all the little nuances with that one. But I just wanted to put that one out there as we might want to start taking a look at that and where we're going with that.
I don't have an update this evening.
I have a little statement I wanted to read. During these election times, when it seems anger and dishonesty are the norm in our political world, I'd like to ask the community of Carmel Unified School District to embrace the characteristics that we highlight in our schools. Specifically, I'm asking that those that are campaigning for CUSD Governing Board embrace the characteristics of kindness, honesty, and integrity. Your merit alone should be sufficient enough to be elected. None of us are lifted up by taking others down. Set an example for our students instead of trying to gain a seat at the table under false pretenses. Focus on what's best for the students, not what is best for you. We live in a small community where kindness has always played itself out in front of my eyes. Let's continue to support one another and honor the passion that many of us have to serve the students, teachers, and staff of CUSD.
I don't have a board report. I've skipped a lot of site visits over this. We went on vacation and just dealing with the kids' athletics and other events that they're doing. I did have the opportunity to go to a football game and spend a half of a game with our new Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Mary Petty. Introduced her to every person I could find, and it was just nice to meet another great hire that this district's picked up in the last 2 years, and I look forward to the work that you're going to be doing. Aside from that is all I've got. We'll move on to closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on these items. Item 9A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subsection D2, one case. Item 9B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D1. Office of Administrative Hearings, OAH, case number 202-409-0273, Student versus Carmel Unified School District. Monterey County Superior Court cases, case number 23CV003225, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. Case number 23CV003505, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. And case number 23CV004013, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. Item 9C, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative Craig Chavez, employer organizations, CSEA, ACT, and non-represented groups. The board did not receive any requests for public comments on closed session agenda items. We will now adjourn to closed session at 8:13 p.m. Went great. We had good discussion.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
I wouldn't change it for anything.
No.
I just, yeah, it's a little long.
I agree.
But good.
Yeah.
You know, I have to apologize for pronouncing your name incorrectly, so I'm very sorry. I'm sure you get it.
Good evening. Coming out of closed session, the board reports out the following. For item 9A, the board met with district staff and provided direction. For item 9B, the board met with legal counsel, received an update, and provided direction. For item 9C, the board met with district staff and provided direction. I adjourn this meeting at 10:14 p.m. Thank you.